I'm back. Hello. I was gone for what, 3 days? I feel like I always like disappear and come back. I'm like, hello, back again. I'm exhausted, but I'm very excited to play Resident Evil for you guys. Like, very excited. I know we're playing kind of 3 things at the same time, but it is March. So it's kind of like the peak of video games right now. So we're gonna be booked and busy. Lots of game releases right now. I'm pouring my drink into a cup. Oh, it almost all fit. March Madness. No, you got that right for sure. It looks like my bot isn't working, so I think I'm gonna have to do that really quick. Oh no, it's working. Booked and busy. I mean, I'd rather be busy than not busy at all. I feel like I have a cute little break until 4:20. So I think I'm gonna enjoy that, but like I'll still be streaming. Like PAX was the last event. Sorry, my voice is probably like gross because I've been talking all weekend. But PAX was my last IRL like thing that I was doing. So now I can finally get back into a consistent stream schedule and really just do the damn thing, because I haven't been able to like do that for a hot minute because I've been traveling so much, which I'm so thankful for. Also, y'all notice this? We got a new little animation. Do you live? Do you laugh? Do you love? Isn't it cute? Okay, we gotta start this game. I also need to get some food in my system because I haven't eaten since yesterday. So, how is everybody? Is nobody here? What's happening? Hello? Thank you. Yeah, I actually didn't know one of my good friends works at Riot. Well, I have a couple mutuals. Like Riot Hylia is great over at Riot. But I didn't know that I met somebody earlier this year and I didn't realize they worked over at Riot, and then I met the whole team and it was lovely. Like everybody was like so receptive and super cute and super nice. I loved the game. I talked to the game developer. The game developer was very hot. I was like, oh my god, please give me a second. But yeah, I had a great time over at that meeting. Yeah, let me do followers. Do 6 minutes. How was PAX? PAX was pretty fun, but I need seriously, like I need like an assistant or something, because sometimes I'm like, girl, I'm literally gonna die right now. Like I definitely am like a one-woman working machine, and I honestly applaud myself for doing all of this hard work myself, but sometimes it's literally fucking crazy how much I do. Hi Jada, I love you. What's going on? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Where did the music stop? What's happening? Okay. We're gonna start out this game, so I'm gonna mute the desktop audio so it doesn't kill your ears. I like the all black. Thank you. I wanted to wear like goth girl kind of aesthetic for this game because it is a scary game. First time launch also, so if it starts lagging, that's why. Oh. Okay, we're good. Oh, master volume. Why did I do that then? Oops. I just changed all the audio levels. Okay, master volume is fine. I have trauma to this screen because literally the demo we did, I can't, girl. Ooh. Not all of that extra stuff in the corner. All right. We're here. We are here. Exciting. Nem, you're glowing. Thank you, Kat. Oh, let me unmute it. My bad. My bad. My bad. Oh, that's very loud. We'll turn it down to 7. That should be good. I can turn it up if it's worse. But yeah, PAX was great. Like, I'm gonna wait for a couple more people to come in before we start the game, just because I know a lot of people are anticipating this for my channel, so I don't want to start too early. But PAX was great. So I only went for 2 days. The con is still going on. Like, people are at it right now, probably living it up, going to after parties and stuff. I honestly, like, I'm exhausted. Like, this month has really wrecked me. Like, I'm so grateful for the opportunities, but my body, like, I need to take care of myself first and like relax, because literally I went to Florida for 2 days for WWE, then I flew back, then I went to Redfall in New York, and then I went to PAX in Boston. So I'm happy to be home. I haven't really been able to stream and do really what I love. Like, I love to play video games for you guys, so it's been unfortunate that my schedule hasn't permitted me to really like do anything, because when I was flying to these events, like, I fly to these events and then I'd have to unpack and then pack and then completely ruin my sleep schedule, get back on my sleep schedule, make sure I'm getting my sleep. So I'm excited to relax a little bit for the next couple months and really just enjoy video games and really do the damn thing. So my next big trip is Australia in June to July, but I'm gonna try to hopefully get a laptop by then so I can still stream. So yeah, love the new animation. Thanks. I got it done just for the stream. Super cute, right? Super cute animations. It's not hogging up the screen. Would love to do that, but I just talked about how I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna have to say I'll pass. Appreciate the offer, but I would like to stay in my house for at least 2 weeks. Let me be a hermit for a minute. Apparently this game is 12 hours long. Oh. Well, it needs to be, because Resident Evil 3 was 2 hours long. So this needed to be 12 hours long. I've also heard that they cut out Ada's DLC. So I hope they add that eventually. Did you watch last night's Drag Race episode? Of course I did. I was gonna stream, but I wanted to watch Drag Race and eat pizza instead, so. Yeah. Hi, Crimson. Resident Evil 3 Remake was so disappointing. I feel like they could still add to it though. Like, I feel like if they just like added like a, like maybe at E3 they announce Resident Evil 3 and 4 expansions and they add like more content for both of the games. I feel like it could like hit. Right, yeah, director's cut or something like that. Yeah, something like that. That'd be cool. Or like director's cut expansion. Also, oh my god, I'm getting this done, so it's not completely done yet. Guys, I am in my fighting game era. Like, I love 2D fighters. I want to do the combos. I want to do the fight stick. I want to join tournaments and stuff. So I have a awesome person that made our animation. He is going to be making us a gorgeous overlay, so when we play these fighting games we can enjoy them and nothing hogs the screen. So I'm very excited to debut that. I'm excited to do like fighting game Fridays or something. Like, I know I've always wanted to do something that's like a Friday, or every week we do something on Friday. Like, I know we wanted to incorporate that with Sonic Sundays or something, and I haven't been able to commit to it just because like it's always go another club. But I'm really excited to play fighting games on stream because it's honestly something for, I love it so much. Like, some of the most iconic characters are from fighting games, so I'm really excited to play those on stream, especially Guilty Gear. The new Guilty Gear game is insane. The music is so good. I just spent $100 on a Guilty Gear jacket. Like, I'm obsessed with Guilty Gear, and I grew up with Guilty Gear, so. But excited to play all those games like Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Soul Calibur, like all of them. Castlevania. Oh, I need to get my hands on Castlevania Judgment. That game is such a serve. Okay, I think we should start. Let's start. It's a long game, so let's dive right in. I will do standard. I am not trying to blow my head off with how angry I get with this game. Hello, welcome in. Good morning. Well, this is different from the demo. Not me thinking this is that one meme that all of them escucha like that meme. Do you know that meme I'm talking about? Not me thinking that's this. Oh, that's real loud, girl. Please.
September 30th, 1998.
No, not September 30th. The trauma from the demo, girl.
The cop inside me.
September 30th.
And that night,
if you know, you know.
Wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice. The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything.
Oh, he looks really hot there. Oh, wait a second.
Just forget what happened that night.
Okay, spoiler alert. This is gonna be a horny playthrough for me and Leon. I've found a new love for Leon. I never really got it.
Different.
I never really got why everybody was like, Leon is so hot. I was more of a Chris girl, because I love Chris. I think he's fine, but Leon's giving like Twinkie himbo hot.
So
Love
tell
it.
me, Yankee, why did you come to this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
Was this in the demo, or did we just skip it all the
Must be
time?
Very important, huh? The chief gave the orders himself.
I don't think this is in the demo. I don't remember this.
I'm sure you boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows. Maybe you did.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sense of humor. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us. A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been that way for a while now.
Well then, should be just another day in the office, right?
I mean, last week there was a search for some missing hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
Oh! Controller almost pops off, girl.
I think this is it. Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back.
Oh, he's not coming back, girl.
Qué frío.
¿Te has bebido el bar entero?
Yeah, I hope Code Veronica gets a remake also because you can soft lock so much in that game. So like,
Smoke?
oh, I'll take one. Oh, sorry, I asked.
Vaya sitio más tétrico.
Oh, is he gonna get his penis chopped off?
Hey, ¿hay alguien ahí?
Chop his penis. Cut his dick off. Do it. Do it. He put it away. What if he didn't and it was just, he was just walking around with it out of his zipper? Camp.
He sure is taking his time. Did he fall in? Maybe you better go and take a look.
Take a look at what? He's going pee. We don't need to go check on him.
Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
So much for helping me.
Hawk him, Leon. Tear a dick off. And honestly, we should, because men do what? They deserve it. I don't think we need maximum graphics. Hold on a second. Like, that is a little too much. Is it running fine for you guys? I mean, if it's running fine, I'll keep it on max graphics. Should be 1080p option, but you'd have to be connected to a good Wi-Fi. Work. Oh, this is the spot where we started in the demo. Okay, I know my way around.
How far could he have gone?
Okay, if you know me, during our subathon, the demo came out, so I've done the demo 100 times, so I know what we're doing here. Speedrun! Let's actually check if we can get anything around here, because it's not the demo anymore. Hello?
Anyone home?
Work. Stop. Bussy Bouncer 420. So real. Hey, Dill Pickle. How was PAX? How was PAX? You calling me a hoe? Just kidding. It was really good. So I did talk about how I'm exhausted, because I am very much exhausted. And PAX is still going on as we speak, but I just like really... Last year when I did PAX, I worked my butt overtime. Honestly, my schedule worked out fine. I got to do what I wanted to do and get out of there and not be there for the weekend. Honestly, Saturday and Sunday probably looks like a nightmare there. Like, it was already busy on Friday. I could not imagine how it looks today and tomorrow.
Sorry to barge in like this.
How was the panel? Okay, so if you didn't see the panel, we will be uploading the panel because it was live streamed and recorded. What I can say without, because I want you guys to watch it, Zane kept swearing and it kept making me go bananas. Like, I literally told Zane, I was like, Zane, please keep it PG. And by the end of the panel, he said the F word and I literally had to viscerally shake him. I was like, Zane! Like, what are you doing? So it was good though. It was really good. My panel went great. And then I did commentary for a wrestling thing, SmackDown Talks, and it was really fun. And then something's happened. We've already seen this. It's fine. Onyx did arrive late as well, which is unfortunate, but it was pretty busy. And then I did I met with Riot Games, which was nice. Like I said earlier, I didn't realize that one of my friends worked at Riot, so we scheduled something to meet with everybody. Met with G Fuel, saw some people from G Fuel I haven't met with before. Then what else did I do? I really hit all the spots I wanted to, so I was like, I'm ready to hit it. Like, I do not need to do anything more. Met with AMD and I Buy Power. Lovely booth. There was some cute like art, like anime art. There was a super cute spot where there was like light up light show stuff. It was very bougie this year. Oh, Nintendo was at PAX. I was shocked. I didn't realize that they would be there, but they were. They didn't have anything besides games. They weren't selling anything, which was kind of annoying. Oh my god, bitch, I was trying to find Ape Escape 3. I can't find Ape Escape 3 for sale anywhere. Like, there were maybe 7 retro booths where you could get PlayStation stuff and, like, old GameCube games. I could not find Ape Escape. I was so fucking mad about it. I was like, what the hell?
I read you. What's your situation? What the hell's going on?
Oh, was that the guy that was upstairs that got lost? Oh, I missed the trash can. God damn it.
What was that?
Your mom.
No fucking way.
Honestly, I think it's better to just, okay. Oh! Dodged. And that's how you speedrun the demo. Okay, I'm honestly excited to like get past this part that we've done the demo on. I'm kind of like, okay. I'm kind of mad I played the demo a little bit.
This is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
Queen.
President's daughter, Baby Eagle.
She's mother.
It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Need a location on a nearby lake. She may have been taken there.
Copy that. I'll see what I can find.
Hurry up.
Something's happened to the people here. My escorts are... Gotta go. Talk later.
Oh my. Girl, jump out the window. Oh. I predicted it. I'm playing on standard. I'm not playing on hardcore. I will literally lose my fucking mind. Especially after when we did the hardcore demo thing, like the secret challenge. Let's not. That made me literally like so unstable. This is apparent. I mean, I would assume it's better than the OG. I've seen. Oh, we can finally save. Work. We didn't get to do this in the demo, did we? Did I just see weapon charms? Okay. I've never played the original, so this is my first time experiencing this game. Resident Evil 4 is the only Resident Evil game I've never played in my entire life. I've played every other Resident Evil game except 4. I don't know why. I think I was literally gonna play it like last year, and then I was like, oh, the remake's coming out, so like why even bother? My favorite, honestly, controversial yet brave opinion, I think 5 is my favorite. But I think that's because I have such a bond to that game more than anything else. Like, I love Sheva so much, and I also played that game a lot with my cousin when we were growing up. So I think that's why I like it so much. Get out of my way. Okay, loser. Excuse me, guys. I don't think it's a flop single player. We actually played it recently. We finished it in one stream. I love that game. I'm a shit on these walls, Ray. Are you? Oh, wow. Oh, okay, wow. Make sure you wipe. Oh, 8, yeah. I don't... When I'm thinking of Resident Evil, I don't really think of, like, 7 and 8 as, like, I mean, I do in a sense, but I don't know. I think of, like, 1 to 6. I do like 6 as well, though. I liked how camp it was, but that's just my tea. I also am in love with, like, Jake Wesker is, like, my favorite character of all time, and I love Sherry. So I just, like, I'm in love with Jake Wesker. Like, he's so hot. Like, I just... Hi, Cheetah. This chicken literally DJAF. Not him just eating the fucking blood. Hi, new man. Welcome in. Have you played Guilty Gear? Of course I have. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I just bought Strive on the Steam sale and I've been playing it off stream a lot. Jacko is one of my favorite characters ever invented. But May and Soul Bad Guy have my hearts. I grew up with them. They're some of my favorite iconic characters. And I just bought a $100 May jacket at PAX. I'll show it off when we play Guilty Gear. Because it's kind of like a cosplay jacket, but it's also just like super cute. Oh, sure have. On my YouTube channel, all the games that I've played are on there. Well, the playthroughs that I like, but a majority of the stuff is on there. I'm gonna have to go through and delete some VODs because they're pretty old, but... Oh, hello. We played last... I think 2 years ago now. Okay. We played every single Silent Hill game, so we played 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think they're all on my YouTube channel. I think so, yeah, but we got soft locked on Silent Hill 4, so we couldn't beat it, which was unfortunate, but... I got pretty far in 4. Do you get deja vu? Me doing this, like thinking I'm playing the demo. Can you get out of my face? Oh, I should have saved the green herb. Oh well. We can find another one somewhere. I see the chainsaw guy to spawn. Can we pick up the pace? This chicken literally DJAF. Winning the IDJAF war. Look at them. They are literally like, who cares? Hi. Girl, jump over. Ah! I was literally like, is he not gonna fucking spawn? Like, what is the tea?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
No jokes here, Leon.
It's my lucky day.
He loves a little joke. He loves to giggle. Not necessary.
Oh, nice.
You got gagged.
Way's closed.
Let's not do that. Move over, Grandma. Who is on fire over there? What is happening? There's a goat on fire? What is happening?
You gotta be kidding me.
How did that hit me? Get a job. Oh, the thing got set on fire, that's why. Girl, shut up. We did it.
Huh?
La campana. Hay que obedecerla.
He's gonna say the line. Guys, he's gonna say the line.
Tenemos que servir.
Say the fucking line! Oh my god, he's about to say it. He's about to say it. My legs are spread. Sorry. They're not actually. I'm fine. Oh wow. Oh, you have to be a subscriber to use sound commands. Goodbye, ugly.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Bingo. They went to church. Oh my god, I love that song. Take me to church. I actually hate that song. Is that a... Oh?
Roost to Condor 1. I've identified a route to the lake. Look for a large windmill. There's a path on the far side of it.
Windmill. Copy that.
And be careful. Roost out.
Well... I would like to loot the area. So... Let me do that challenge. That light is bothering me. Like, why is it making that much of a noise? Oh, I could have done that. I could have shut that. Oh, that's embarrassing. Well, I didn't, so. Damn. What's this? Egg. Yeah, what was this about? Like, like, it ran around on fire. Like, what happened? I was gagged. Okay. Okay. Wait, I want to go in there. Excuse. So you're saying we can't go in the church? Oh, this is the tower. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Oh! Oh! Now what the fuck was that for? That was really unnecessary, I think. Okay. Perish, if they would have made the chickens attack while I was doing that, I would literally lose my mind. But like, in hard mode they should. Not for me playing baby mode. They should do like a Zelda reference that if you shoot one chicken, all of them fight you. I got a ruby. Oh. What if... Can I equip my gun? Like, why is it not equipped? If you stare into this hallway for 5 minutes, a secret jump scare will activate. Could you imagine if there was actually a jump scare? That'd be funny.
There it is.
Well, this part we haven't done. It is... I hear people talking. Oh, right there. That's embarrassing. I didn't even see them. The chicken just shit out an egg in front of us, by the way. Just putting that out there. Oh, hi everybody.
It's locked.
God damn it. Work. It's like a shrine? I don't even know what that means. I thought this was like those albums and blue request notes. You can take tasks by collecting blue request notes posted around the different areas. Destroy blue medallions. For the love of God, will somebody please get rid of the blue medallions? Those religious lunatics are hanging around. Destroy all the blue medallions. Reward Spinel 3. Was that in the original game or did they add that? That's kind of cool. Can I go in here? Oh, I can. Oh, I think that's where it wants me to go. Hold on. Brian, thank you for the follow. Also, sorry everybody that's just coming in and wanting to... Actually, it's a remake. Like, I don't even care that much about spoilers, like, honestly. So I'll do, like, followers 3 minutes. Like, I literally know what happens. It's not that serious. When I am here in France, hope I won't get scared. I hope you do. Wake you up a little bit. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Whew. At Leon, please stop moaning in my ear. Like, what is going on? I'll take Chris. No, I'll take Jake.
Blue medallion.
Oh. Is this pig sleeping? Oh! What the fuck? You're lucky I'm feeling nice today, buddy. This chicken just shit. I know, I love the sound it's making. I literally hear some lady dying over here. Like, what's happening? Not me coming in and... yeah. Unfortunate offense. But, you know, what doesn't kill you makes you strong. Girl, where are you? If you want to fight, then fight me. But, like, where are you? Oh, there you are, bitch. Girl, please. Okay. Bye, Flop. Was she back here the entire time we were over here earlier? There's no way. Thank you. I had a great time. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to the stream as well afterwards. I had a great time at PAX. I was telling everybody, like, for anybody that didn't see the panels, girl, please, I can't. They're funny. It's literally funny to me. The accounts on Twitter that are like, oh my god. Hi, Lily. Hi, Key. I can't. It's so funny. I literally like everybody's like, don't give them attention, Nem. I'm like, I literally want to fight them. Like, it's literally funny for me. Like, it's like I have more visibility than they ever will. So okay. What? They're gonna get clocked online? Like, okay. Is Twitter that bad? No, it's funny. It's literally funny. It's like literally comedy hour. No, nobody is. They think they can outdo the doer. Do they know where I grew up? Do they know who I am? I will clock them so fast. I censor myself a lot on stream and on Twitter, so when an incel or a transphobe tries to clock me, someone tries to come for the doll? Oh, you're funny. You're gonna get what's what. What zombie planted a C4? This reminds me of Resident Evil 8 when you in that tower, the spinny tower. But thank you to anybody that came to PAX. I really appreciate it. I got sidetracked by the conversation. Of course, my ADD. I can't. I'm stupid. Oh, that's exciting. Thank you, Lily. I'm excited. I actually am using a new glitter on my eyelids, which is kind of exciting. I got it from Kimchi. It was the fruit palettes. A little fruity baby. The glitter is like amazing. Like I took a little bit of it and it covered my eye like flawlessly. That and the Stilla glitters are my favorite fucking thing. What is that like noise? Like I'm scared. Well, like my face is fully kimchi. Like I use my promo code when I check out too. Like I use the foundation, the concealer, I use everything.
God damn.
Who are you? Why is he so fast? Not a fan of that. Oh, Riley. Fuck your mom. Is he already dead? He literally got gagged. Like what, you wanna come for the doll? In your pig head? Okay, average Twitter user.
Give me a break already.
Why are there so many? Like, what is happening? I'm gonna throw an egg at you. Oh. Watch this. I'm literally gonna gag him with this.
Present for you.
Okay, next time. Oh, work. Oh, the handgun isn't equipped. Hello? Oh. Oh. What is that noise? You guys suck.
Keep coming.
Literally just a skill issue. Are you done? Anyways. Oh, nice. Yeah, at PAX, like my panel, I felt very educated. Even like at my panel, I didn't feel great. Like when I was like trying to give the rant about the drag bans, like I just like, I look back on it, I'm like, I should have been more prepared for that. But I mean, I think I made some good points. Like I'm gonna post it. I have the video. It's gonna be uploaded to my YouTube channel for anybody that wants to watch my panel about drag and cosplay and stuff with my fellow podcast friends, Onyx and Zane. And then we had her and Kiyoshi on the panel. Very good quality of the panel, and like they had like production. It was like kind of bouge, but anyways, I made some good points. Like, it's crazy that they're just like banning like us doing makeup and drag before we have any gun control laws. Like, it's actually kind of insane. It's like literally a felony to put makeup on and go perform in Tennessee. But God forbid we have any gun control to protect the kids in the schools from what's actually hurting them. Make hot pockets? Yes, absolutely. You should. Even though I don't like hot pockets, but I support you on this journey. Did I get off? Oh, I did it. Does it like automatically get added to your inventory? How do you claim it? What's a yellow herb? Increases your maximum health. The amount it increases varies on depending which... Oh. Are we team Ashley or Ada Wong? Ada, 100%. Ada is the girl boss. The USA is stupid? No, it is. Like, I don't take offense to it at all. It is stupid. They're trying to ban TikTok right now. Ban TikTok and drag. Meanwhile, there are people literally killing black trans women in the streets for no fucking reason. And we're getting assaulted and it's a felony to do makeup in some of the states. Like, get serious. Like, do you know what, like, literally TikTok, like, ugh, I can't. Like, it's so stupid. Anyways, does anybody know? It says completed. How do you claim it? No, literally, if you literally can't see the flaws in your country and you can't speak on it, like, what are you doing? Like, please. But I didn't want to have a drag panel and then not discuss the drag bans. Like, I feel like that's an important topic to bring up. No. Oh, right, the merchant's in this game. I forgot about him. Can you kill him in this game like you could past games and it makes the game harder? I thought you could jump through that. Oh, I didn't realize we got this. I was too busy talking, I forgot. Oh, love her. I love women. I love women, I love women. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you. This hair needs to be brushed and washed after the weekend, but I was like, I'm too fucking lazy to do that, so I'm just gonna pull it back, put a hairband on, and call it a day. I did have a bow, like I had like a hair bow, but it had a French clip on it, barrette thing, and I was like, these things are so fucking annoying to use. Is it 40 inches? No. 40 inches like my dick! She was definitely beat up this weekend, this wig. Legos!
Be this way.
Yeah, guys, there's Legoland over here! Guys, look, it says Legoland! Is there anything over here? There's a secret over here. I'm exploring. I love Legoland. Mom, I want to get Lego. My sister actually unironically loves Legos. Like, anytime we go to Target, she's like, oh my god, Nem, buy me Legos. I'm like, you are almost 21. I mean, you still can play with Legos, but I'm like, my sister's always like, can you get me it, please, please? Like, she's like I'm her mom. It's kind of funny. But we love shoddy here. There's nothing over here. Hi, Chris, by the way. Happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. What the fuck is that? I want to go in. You can't lock me out. I remember seeing you before your first panel in the blue dress and I was like, oh my god, gorge. And then I saw you later at your first panel. I was like, oh my god, I've seen them. Please. Yeah, I brought an outfit change. I thought I was being extra. So I did the blue dress all day. I wore heels all day, which was insane. I was telling a story. Oh. Well, fuck me, I guess. You're a poopy moment. Get gagged. Who is trying to fight me right now? I hear so many voices.
Next.
Oh, his friend just stabbed him in the stomach. Did you see how that landed? Hope you're doing so well. I am. I'm just recovering from the con. I think my body is just like a little exhausted from like literally running around all day at a convention. So just like that post-con feeling. I did get some good grabs. I haven't shown the stream. We could do like a little haul really quick. We could take a break in a little bit and I could show you guys what I bought. I got some cute shit. Got a lot of t-shirts. I don't know why. Maybe because Oh! Almost fell for that, baby. You can't fool me. You can't trick the doll. Okay. Well, maybe you can. But with a bear trap, though. Not with my keen eyesight. Yeah, tip the dolls. Tip the girls. Oh my god, I didn't tell you guys. I literally gasped. I went to... Can everybody here just please get a job? Like, I'm literally begging... Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Sorry for party rockin'. Back it up. Okay. You know what else is gaggy? Penis music. Why are you crawling? Oh. Well, he's dead. That's me getting out of bed. The way he just did that. That's literally how I get out of bed. Tell us, literally Twitter is so funny to me though. Like everybody's like, Nem, don't interact with them. I'm like, I want to fight. Like I literally want to be funny and goofy. Like what are they gonna do? I also think it's funny when people are like, oh my god. Like I don't support spreading hate to people, but like if a transphobe is gonna start it, me and my fan base are gonna finish it. Let that be known. I will send all of my mutuals after you in the replies. If you're gonna say something nasty. I have so much healing already. I did not mean to do that. Okay. Can I undo? Oh, what's this? Oh. No. No. Okay. No, I'm organizing. Let me organize. I'm fucking OCD. Jesus. Oh, I have 2 knives. I didn't even realize that. Oh, one is larger. Oh. Size queen. Let me move the shotgun up. If it's gonna take up, it takes up a lot of fucking space. Jeez. Ooh, that looks so much better. My eyes. I'm the realest bitch. Who is like shooting like a boomerang at me from 5 miles away? Like literally, I don't understand it. Like these snipers. We don't make it here. Oh, it's this bitch. Oh, he's sleeping. Probably. Just kidding. He's playing Witcher 3 and hasn't gotten the notification that the stream has started yet. What the fuck? Oh, so this game starts at a 10, huh? Gagged. Oh. Let me finish the job. What is with the grenades, like... brigade? I don't understand. Can you crawl through this hole? Thank you, Ben. Girl, leave me alone. Oh my god, yeah, she looks so good. The neon, the ponytail, I was like, I want to be her. She's everything. Can you guys stop? She's like one of my favorite ever Drag Race queens. And also because I literally, when I grew up, like she was that girl. And also when I got arrested in her t-shirt, she was like, oh my god, that's so iconic. And she followed me. And she unfollowed me, which was weird, but okay. Still love her though. Look, a lovely ocean. I know, literally, I'm gagged. Like, why are there so many grenades? I don't understand it. Oh, this is the funny jump scare spot, isn't it? How do I get the jump scare? How do I do a fake reaction meme that I'm scared, that everybody knows this is the jump scare spot, but they pretend like they're scared just to get a clip on TikTok? Now that was scary. Do I just like stare at that? No, I'm serious. There's literally a jump scare. You have to be a subscriber to use sound commands, but also they're only allowed every hour. So like if you use one, the moan command can't be used for another hour. Just so it doesn't get obnoxious and annoy the fuck out of me. Don't be sorry. Just letting you know. You would literally be on it like that. You would do this. This is you with the moan command. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. Oh my god. I've been sitting for so long. My legs are asleep. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god, my legs. I'm like, why are my legs hurting? Well, Nem, you literally walked like 12 miles yesterday in heels at a convention, so that's probably fucking why. Am I ever gonna escape this Viola obsession in my chat room? It's always about Viola, but it's about me. It's all about... Okay, seriously, somebody tell me how to do this jump scare. I'm gonna wait here. While we wait here, do you guys want to see what I got at PAX? Should we do a haul? House of Ho. Shopping haul. I got this poster. Hi Scooby, welcome in. We're doing a haul of what I got at PAX. I got this poster. I'm gonna have to flatten it out, but it's a Catherine poster. It's a Atlas game, and there's lots of trans characters in it. Not that they do them justice, because they make them the butt of the joke, but I love trans women, so stunning. And I love the gameplay of this game. If I could replay this game on stream, I would, but Atlas is a piece of shit with how they copyright their games. So, got that. That was number one. Oh no, this one fell. I got 2 plushies, because there weren't a lot of plushies that I was happy with, but I got a Pikmin plushie. Look how cute this is. Little guy. Super cute. Yeah, they made Persona, the people that made a cute little guy. I think I want to make it my duty to get all the Pikmins. I'm a collector, if it wasn't obvious. I'm a collector. So I love to collect shit. So I would love to collect all the Pikmins. Like, how cute is that? I also found this, one of my favorite games of all time, Spooky House of Jump Scare. Isn't that cute? It's Spooky from Spooky House of Jump Scare. The little ghost girl. Super cute. Then... Oh, I got my... So here's the story. Let me give you a little story of what happened. So at the convention center, this is DoorDash's first time of being at a convention. So I go over to their booth because they had kind of like a cool like pizzeria, like alleyway kind of like style thing. And I was dressed up as Harley Quinn. So I was like, let me go to this booth and like take a cute little photo shoot while I look like I'm Harley Quinn. I think it would be a cute spot. So I go up, I introduce myself. I say, hi, I'm Nemesis. I stream 5 times a week. We just want to take a picture here really quick, whatever. And then we talk, we kiki, and then they were like, yeah, we want to sponsor more like queer creators, more drag queens and stuff on Twitch, because they're doing DoorDash gaming soon. So I walk away, right? And they're like, Nem, actually, they like run after me. They're like, Nem, wait. They do the candy, wait. They're like, Nem, actually, wait. We have you on our list of people we've been wanting to sponsor and contact to. And they were like, we have a shirt printed out for you already. We are on our list. So they ran after me with this shirt and gave me my own personal little DoorDash shirt that has my name on it, and gave me a DoorDash bucket hat. And we're hopefully going to be doing something in the near future. Isn't that fun? If I could fit it on my head, I would wear it, but super cute. So free stuff. I got free stuff. DoorDash shirt with my name on it. Honestly, love anything that has my name on it because I'm conceited. Then this is the stuff I bought. I'm very excited to wear this shirt every day out of drag. Oh, then we're just doing the haul then. It's fine. It's Burger King, but instead it says Slow King. And if y'all know me, I love Slowpoke and Slow King. Isn't that cute? Super fucking cute. I love it. And it's super big because I love my shirts oversized. Let me fucking message Marshall. Where the fuck is he? Oh, I won't be delivering food. I don't work for DoorDash, girl. They're gonna... Oh my god, this is... Okay, this is WrestleQuest. This is the back of the shirt. No, this is not WrestleQuest. This is WrestleStory. WrestleStory, I was walking around. It got announced at PAX. WrestleStory is one of the 2 wrestling games I'm very excited for. So there's WrestleQuest and WrestleStory. Y'all know me, big fan of wrestling. So... I was just walking on the show floor, and I saw that there was this game called Wrestle Something, and I go up to them. I'm like, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Nemesis. I do a lot of work for WWE and 2K. Really nice to meet you. I love wrestling. They were like, oh my god, that's awesome. Have you played our game? And I was like, no, like, what is it? And they were like, we haven't even announced our game yet, but like, super cute fucking game. It's gonna be like a Pokemon style MMORPG turn-based thing, but you can also, outside of the battles, you can adventure the world and customize your wrestler. It's super colorful, it's super cute, super fun. Like, people that aren't even fans of wrestling can enjoy it because that's what that's their goal. They wanted to make it colorful and fun and charming for people that don't like wrestling to even just try to break into it. And they also, I got the heel shirt. They were selling, and still are at PAX, they're selling heel shirts and face shirts. So they have good guys and bad guy shirts. And I got the heel one. I should have got the face one. I should ask them. And then I got a pin. I got a pin with one of the main characters on it. Super cute. Then I got this shirt. This one was very expensive, but this was one of the only things I could find with Juri Han on it. And I really wanted a Juri shirt because she's my girl. I love her so much. There was a jacket of her for like $100 and I was like, oh, I want to get it, but like, I can't. It also wasn't in my size. I like my jackets to be like XL, and it was only in a large. I was like, nah. I think this is the last one. This I am in love with. This is a Guilty Gear varsity sweater. It's inspired by one of the characters, May. It's super cute, super XL. It even looks like what she wears in the game. I'm obsessed. I love Guilty Gear. It's everything. The memorabilia on the back of all of the Anchor team, of the Voyage team, because they're a bunch of like sailors and stuff. And it's just super cute, super comfy, very expensive, but definitely worth it. Like, I love it. Like, it's super cute. Probably gonna wear it next stream. But like, I'm in love with this like jacket. Like, super in love with it. And the people there were really nice. I was like, I'm gonna plug your shit while I'm streaming. They're like, oh my god, thank you. Oh, and this is another Wrestle Quest pin. So, I got some good grabs. I got some good shit. Make sure this bag is empty before I throw it away. But yeah, that's my haul of what I got at PAX. I didn't have a lot of time to shop. I honestly didn't get to explore more, but because I was booked and busy. Okay, let's continue. Can you go in here?
That's the place.
Oh, I like that you just kick down the door. I love that. I hear another bomb. What is with all the explosives in this game? I'm shocked. Oh, I need to heal. Like, way too much. I hear banging. Something's gonna jump on us. Yeah, and I hear like someone moaning and like gargling their own fucking cum, so we're gonna die. Can I look? Oh my god, is that the kid? I know there's like an enemy in this game and he's like a kid in the castle. But that's all I know. Is that a ukulele?
What's that noise?
I wish I knew, Leon, because I like literally what is happening. This is gonna be a mistake. We're gonna regret opening this. Oh. Okay. I didn't want to do that. I was just making sure he was dead. Oh! Wait, what happens if I shut it again? Girl, he's ready. Me and who? Can we turn on a flashlight? Oh my god, I was literally like, it's so fucking dark. You can chill out. Huh? How is he alive?
That hurts, you know? Seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke? You know, those things will kill you. Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh?
Or maybe keep him tied and we have a good time, gentlemen.
Not this guy. Who are you?
Who the fuck is that? Oh. Not drugs. No, no. Oh wait, I do know him. I've seen him. Oh. That isn't how they introduced him in the first game, though. That's interesting. Did he castrate us? How did you get that from what we saw? Just wondering.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
That looks like G-Man from Gary's Mod. Oh, this is hot. Stop.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, stop it.
Not them both being handcuffed. Ooh.
Leon. Quiet type, eh?
Ooh, gentlemen, is it a party? Can I be let in?
Hey, picked the wrong spot to vacation, eh? Hey, stop it. You move, I move. And I'm beat up enough as it is. I can see you're thinking. Bet you've been in spots like this before, huh? I guess you're here looking for someone. One more guess. Maybe some missing señorita? Young girl?
Oh!
Now.
Oh!
All right. See, heard chatter about moving a señorita. Moving her? Where? Who knows? But later, saw some men dragging someone to the old church. Hanging with you, not healthy.
Oh. Are we getting more?
We're not done here.
Oh, you mean the Royal Rumble we did with the men in Speedos? Maybe. They kind of give him a little more muscle in this game. It looks like he's got some titties. I live.
Condor 1 to Roost. I've located Baby Eagle. It sounds like she's being kept in some church.
Great. That's good news.
I heard it from this guy I met. Said his name is Luis Serra. There's something fishy about him.
I agree.
I need you to run a background check.
We'll call Condor 1. I'll see what I can find. In the meantime, make your way to that church.
Right. I'm probably due for confession anyway. Condor 1, out.
Barbecue sauce on his titties. Where the fuck? Oh, this is like Batman Arkham Asylum. Killer Croc's about to come out of the water. Call out of the century. Now Killer Croc? Oh, that man could do nasty things to me. I'm not a furry. Maybe borderline scaly. I wouldn't get in a suit or anything, but you can't tell me that Vector from Sonic Adventure isn't hot, Killer Croc isn't hot. A kitchen knife. Oh yeah, big time. Killer Croc, 100%.
That's my gear.
If y'all can think that animatronic from Five Nights at Freddy's is hot, let me have my fantasies with Killer Croc. Listen, not my first choice, but if Killer Croc and I were locked in Arkham Asylum together and I was bored, I would let him hit it. Oh, I don't have a...
None left.
I'm lost. Oh, you sons of fucking... That was so nasty.
I'll be taking these back.
Over here.
Hey! Oh my god.
Who's that?
Let's do some business then. Welcome.
Love him.
A job well done deserves payment in kind. I got something new for you.
What are you buying? Does he say it?
Well then, what can I do you for?
Oh, you can do trading.
We like our herbs, we do. Heal a man, kill a man, they do it all. Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. You'll get some bang for your buck, I guarantee it. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Now, you affix one of these beauties into a treasure, and it will fetch a price higher than the sum of its parts. A deal well struck. Well then, what can I do you for? All my wares are... Not only will you need cash, but you'll need guts to buy that weapon. If you want a fighting chance up, see how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Gotta select. Don't get yourself killed now.
Get rid of the rats that have taken up the factory. We don't know what is causing their diseases, but we'd rather not find out. Exterminate all the rats. Abandoned factory. I'll do it. Is this the factory? The factory. Fuck! Got ya. Oh, there's one. Sorry. I have no tolerance for rats. After there was one in my house, and it literally made me want to actually lose my mind. My lips are like wet. Like, what's happening? Yeah, can you turn on your flashlight? Like, can you make him turn it on, like, by himself? Like, it is dark. Nice.
Yes.
He's such a nerd. Yes!
Took care of her. I knew I could count on you. What? Welcome. Next time. Welcome. Welcome. Next time then. Welcome. Got a selection of good things. Welcome. Next time. Welcome. Next time then.
Does he seriously not say it? The fuck?
Welcome.
Did you know that you can trade spinels you receive as a reward for various goods? Okay. He does? Okay, I'm getting unlucky.
What can I interest you in?
His iconic line is, "What are you buying?"
Suit yourself, stranger.
Oh, it wanted me to buy a rifle, but I didn't, so... Oops. Oh, I have to equip it. I don't understand those. Like, what does this even mean? That purple fire is so satisfying. It is so pretty to me.
The hell am I?
¡Un forastero! ¡No puede ser!
Out of the way.
He literally gagged her. What the fuck? What in the world? This looks so familiar. Wait. Oh, was this shown in one of the trailers? This area? What? Why do I remember playing this? What is happening right now? I'm so lost. Looks very original to the original game. Oh, it just fucking organized my entire inventory! Diamond Dave! Thank you so much for gifting some subs. How are you doing, my love? What is this?
One down.
Oh. Oh. I missed, like an idiot. Please say thank you to Diamond Dave if you got a sub. Gagged. Oh, I got some more. Miasma, thank you for gifting a sub as well. What is happening? Oh my god. I'm out? Oh no, I just have to reload. Oh my god, there's a bomb. You blow up, lady, not me. Bye. Oh, I love Chinese food. I want Chinese food. Hand some over. Share with me.
Sorry, must have slipped.
I missed. Oh, there's a shot in this. I could go for some sushi right now, like so bad. Oh my god. Oh my god, Miasma, thank you for being so generous to gifting a sub and giving some biddies. Can you stop blowing me up, sir? That's the question. I would love some. Like so bad right now. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, why isn't it starting? I mean, I'm not mad.
Keep coming.
There's something wrong with your neck, girl. There are so many guys right now. Like, what's happening? Oh, we can craft some shotgun. Oh, it has to be 3 separate people. I honestly, literally, it's my job to be here on Twitch. Like, full-time streamer, and I still don't know how hype trains work. I'm just like, oh, that's nice. Okay. Whoa, not the double combo. No iframes to help me. Whoa! Oh, he got gagged. Not trying to do that, please. That's so unfortunate I can't get that. Oh my god, that makes me mad. Okay. Oh, I got another ruby. They do just keep coming, huh? I guess so. Oh my god. A whole squad of them is back. Excuse me, gentlemen. They had to have shown this in a trailer or something, because like I specifically remember this part of the map. Hello? Just like looked at the door and didn't do anything. Or you know what? Maybe my friend was playing it and I was watching them do this part. Oh, hi guys. Hey guys. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna rob you guys really quick if you don't mind. so lost. Oh, this is bad. Oh, I thought I had to... Nice. Ooh, I'll take that. Well, that was certainly something. That was a lot. But we did it. Thankfully.
Take a look.
It's okay. I don't need to take a look. It's okay.
Something's bound.
Come and take a lookie. Looking at my cookie. I wonder what the small key's for. Could be something back there I could have used it for, but oh. Aw, man. That was such a troll. Can they step in the bear traps they put down? Oh, hi, Grandma. Oops, sorry, lost your arm. Hope health insurance covers that for you, girl. I really cannot tell you, Dylan, because I haven't played the original. It's the only Resident Evil game I haven't played, so maybe maybe somebody watching can tell you what they've changed so far, but I will not be able to tell. You guys run fast. Okay. Why do I hear a chainsaw? Don't do this to me right now. Yeah, it's literally the only Resident Evil game I haven't played. I hear a chainsaw, you guys. I'm stressed. Okay!
Next.
Nice! I didn't know that could happen. Oh, give me a fucking break! Hi, Sauce. Fucking Christ. Oh! Wait. My mind. Huge brain. Huge brain. I think he's dead.
That was not easy.
Unfortunately, I do have to play as. At least he's hot. At least he's hot. Nice. Honestly, I kind of ate that because, like, literally, I made him go into a trap, and then I also, made him walk into a mine. So I'm tired. Story-wise, nothing significant has changed. They just added more content, switched the layouts to some chapters around, and fleshed out the characters a little more. Noted. Your eyesight is so strong. I disagree. Why are there so many traps? Oh, I can't use it here?
Won't open.
What the fuck? What is all this stuff?
Come on.
Oh my god, I'm out of ammo. That's different. Oh yeah. Well, someone made a shirtless mod for the demo, so I assume there's probably already one. It's been like, what, 24 hours? This is Resident Evil. Oh, you see that? Look at my brain, how smart I was for looking down. Hopefully not stepping in a bear trap. Oh. He was taking a poopy.
Not too shabby.
I think
Someone has shown up their neighbors.
See, this was the that's my dogs. This was the house that they introduced the big guy, not that basement scene we just got. I remember this. I only have seen people play this game though, so. There are guys that are mad you can't upskirt Ashley. That's literally so. Also, how old is Ashley? Kind of weird. She's 20. Okay. I was thinking of Sherry in Resident Evil 2. I was like, isn't she underage? But no. I mean, Sherry from 2 is underage, but. I did think Ashley was like 18, and I'm like, that's kind of sus, but okay. Literally, I thought she was like 16, 17, 18. I was like, ooh. Crop, swine, babe. When the crop swine bay. Crystal marble. These windows are nice. Is this the man that was in the bathroom? What is that on the table? Oh. Fuck. Oh, I didn't want to make a... now it's gonna bother me. What the fuck? What is this? Do you know what platforms this game is on? It is on, I believe, all platforms except Nintendo Switch, but it might be on Nintendo Switch. I'm not sure. I don't think it is though. I think it's only on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. I'm playing on PC right now. Dippin' Dots, more like your mom. I don't know. I'm hungry. Same. Sorry, I'm like, what's happening? Is this a drag? What are they trying to talk about? It's good that you're talking bad about Viola so early. At least I don't have to watch the videos for the game you play. Is that a compliment or a drag? People just say things. Do we ever, like, look at what we're about to post? It's a compliment saying the thanks for the TLDR on Viola. Well, thank you for your compliment, but next time, let's add a little stank to it. Be like, Nem, you're pretty. But also, thank you for shit talking Viola. Make it a little more obvious. I see Viola's name and my fight or flight gets crazy because everybody stands her for no reason. Oh, did they start rolling out the verification badges on Instagram? Because I had somebody on someone literally with the verification badge like my photo on Insta. Hi, Safety. Safety, did you get me stuff from Urban Outfitters? Because that came today. I was going to take a picture and talk about it, but I don't know if it's the gift you sent me or the one Maddie sent me. Right now, baby, I'm yours. So cute, Safety. Thank you for the gift. I got it today. I was like, why the fuck is there a package from Urban Outfitters? I was like, this is either Safety or Maddie's gift. Oh, is it supposed to make something? Like an art piece? Oh, it is. I see. Oh, it's like a bow and arrow. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture with, I'm gonna take a picture with all of my plushies when I make my bed. I haven't been able to clean my room, though, in a couple days because I've been exhausted, but... Oh! Okay, maybe rework that puzzle a little bit. I'm not a big fan of that, but, you know, to each their own. March 11th! That's my birthday! The patriarchs gather to cast lots. 6 more chosen for Lord Sadler. Don't know who that is, but sure. I'll take that. To my knowledge, I believe. Oh. I'm trying to gag the doll. My secret TV channel. Oh. The Ligma key. Oh, this is where big guy comes. I remember. Oh! Oh, Leon's getting gagged. That is Undertaker down.
Has accepted the gift.
Ada! Mother! She said, I heard that you were talking shit. You didn't think that I would hear it. Hi, Hullabaloo. You have a gift in your blood if it goes to a certain area of your body that makes something a little stiff, if you know what I'm saying, Leon. If you want to show me that, you want to send me a little picture on Snapchat. Sorry. Oh, work. I know, I saw you changed it on Twitter. I just didn't recognize that.
Bruce to Condor 1. I've got that intel you requested on Louis Serra. It seems he used to be a researcher for Umbrella.
Umbrella?
Nembrain really said blood, Leon Boner. Well,
I'm
That's
sending
where
you the
men's
details.
brain, like,
Take a look.
literally just
But
having,
Baby Eagle is your
being born a
priority.
male, I know that, like, I know that mentality of
Making my
when
way to the
you
church.
get excited
Conduit
and that's all you think about. That's literally all of what men are just like. They go, oh my god, I do that boner, penis, but pussy, I'm horny. I would say so. I haven't played. I keep having this. I sound like a broken record, but I haven't played the original, so I don't know what the original is like. The only original I've never played. I've played every other Resident Evil game, except this one. I'm gonna let that fester in the chat and not say a word on it. But I agree. Oh, I like that noise. Do you hear the like noise when I go through this? It sounds wet. You hear that noise? Yeah, honestly. Well, I know that me and House Music have talked about it a couple times about like this game and like how fun it is and shit, but I like literally have never played this game or the original. What does that say? Can't climb? Why not? Girl, just push one of the fucking things over here. What did Hunnigan tell me to do? Head for the church. Okay. So I have to leave. I want to go up into that attic though. What the heck? You need Ashley? So you come back here? What the fuck? I just heard a dog die. Don't do this to me.
You too, huh?
Help him! What the fuck, Capcom? Why would you show this?
Take care of yourself, buddy.
At least he's safe now. Oh my god, that was such a cute dog. When I was in Boston, I saw this really cute dog outside Dunkin' Donuts. It was like a super white husky and it was super fluffy and cute. I was like, oh, but it was like crying because its owner came into the Dunkin' Donuts and he had to be left outside. I was like, let him in. Let him inside. You want to see his dog? You want to see Leon's dog? Like his what? What do you think? He has a Labrador? Think he has a pug? Or do you want to see his hot dog? What's another word for hot dog? His wiener? Is that what you're saying? You horny fuck! Sorry. Oh my god, we're back at the village. Well, that's crazy. I didn't know this was happening today. I just got lightheaded. Where am I? Okay. I like the time change of the day. It looks nice here. Fuck you. So much just happened. Literally so much just oh, so much is still happening. Oh! Oh my god, there's like a swarm of them. What do I do? Oh my god. Why is Grandma in here? Grandma, you didn't go to service? You didn't go to church on Sunday? Like, get real. How do I get over there? Do I like literally have to go this way? Hi, Donnie. I don't think this is gonna take us the way we want to go. No, it's not. I want some pizza. I want a pizza. I have some pizza in my fridge. Every Resident Evil release, I end up having pizza in my fridge. That's kind of funny. When we played Resident Evil 8, I had pizza. When we played Resident Evil 3, I had pizza. What? Who, like, actually, what zombie is like, let me put the bomb right there. Like, what? I don't. Are you good? I just heard someone over here moaning. Oh. Well, if you would excuse me. Oh, we can just go right in. Hello, everyone. I'm at church. This is different for me because I usually go to temple, Baruch Hashem. What? What? Why is everything out to get me in this game? You guys like, what's his name? I don't know that guy's name. You guys like this guy? Not $40. Hello? What the? Oh, is this whose skull is this big? Fucking, is this Jimmy Neutron? Look, the hair kind of looks like it. The skull has a wig on. It still has hair. I want pizza. I'm gonna get some pizza. No, not that. Oh no, not that. Let me pour myself a drink, baby. Honestly, tonight is about to get so fun. Look what I found in my fridge, besides the pizza. I found a cider. One. I love these fuckers. What the fuck is on my floor? Oh, chips. Girl. Ooh. What was that? I don't know. Okay. I got my pizza. Oh. Oh, hey, it's this guy. Crimson, thank you so much for gifting a sub.
Items in stock. Come take a welcome. I've got something new for you, mate.
Mmm.
We're starting
Oh, that was
to
a
get an
lot of
idea
money.
of your tastes.
We can sell.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you. I still have some new items you might be interested in. Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save your life.
Hmm. I'm afraid Scarlet might get fired if they do layoffs.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. See how that feels. Come back anytime.
I literally have no idea what the yellow herb does. It like upgrades your health for a period of time. Like, who cares? The Viper, Randy Orton? I'm not. The girls that aren't booked, I really don't give a shit about. Like, fucking Tegan and Nikki, and I'm like, fire them. Like, bye. Sell 3 Vipers? What?
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
I think they announced a couple. I don't know what the match cards are like though, but I think some of them, one of them got announced the other day. Wait, when you buy WrestleMania tickets, you only buy tickets for 1 or 2? It's not a full weekend pass? That kind of sucks. Oh, pretty.
A church. I made it.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but I support you.
Damn it. Condor 1 to roost. The church is sealed up.
And Baby Eagle?
Negative.
Real.
Nothing yet. But they sure do have this place locked up tight.
I see. I can think of one reason they'd want to do so.
Oh, she's here. That's for sure. I'll find a way in. Condor 1, out.
What would your code name be if you were like on comms? Mine would be like sexy cocktail. Ooh. Paging sexy cocktail. Cocktail out. No, you have to be more realistic. They wouldn't call you mommy big dick. Helena Cell's actually a really good drag name.
Lake. Let's hope for no more surprises.
No. What is my drag name? Sexy Cocktail? No, it's not. Well, that's kind of sus, that picture. Mine would be Cereza. I don't think you guys are getting the prompt. I don't think you guys are getting it. What's down there? I like Pink Lady. Welcome back, Max. Oh, well, that's beautiful. These traitorous twins should not be allowed to rest in peace by joining that evil cult. Won't anyone destroy the emblems engraved on their tombstones? Destroy 2 tombstone emblems. I can do that. Yeah, you really got me, buddy.
Okay.
Okay. Those, yeah, literally like Donkey Kong teas. Oh. Oh, this looks lovely. Oh, you do have to shoot them. Okay. Can y'all seriously back the fuck up? I don't know, where is this game set? I'm trapped in this fucking room right now. Like,
Sorry.
did I just seriously die? Okay. Sure. Well, remind me to not go in that room, I guess. Actually, I need to be in here.
Can you break already?
Alright, move, buddy. Hi, losers. Well. Oh, please.
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
Leon, why would you say that? Is there anyone who can destroy the blue medallions? The area is polluted with their presence and I can't beat it. There's 5. And it's in the Quarry. Oh, love the Quarry. Shout out to 2K. Alright. I know what's happening here. I know. I can only assume this means up. No, you can stay back. What did you get? I was Paxnam. Was it? I went with, yeah, so I didn't see Onyx and Zane for, well, I hung out with Zane for a majority of the day, and then Onyx ended up showing up a little late because they had work, and they joined our panel. I'm gonna upload the panel to my YouTube. I have it downloaded. I love onions, but I have honestly had to avoid it for the last year because I'm trying to lose weight. Makes me sad. I could fuck up some onions. Okay, well that noise doesn't sound great. I would love some pretzel bites. Like I could just like go to town on onions. Like that's the problem.
So that's a request done and dusted, eh? Good.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
I knew I could count on you. Ooh, what you buying?
You just said it, finally.
There's some things money can't buy. All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. I'll buy almost anything.
House of Cats, thank you for the raid.
God, don't get yourself killed now.
What's going on? Thank you so much for the raid. We are currently just playing some Resident Evil. Do I go down here? I would assume so.
Hello, stranger.
Demonic Shoreside, thank you so much for the follow. Fritos, thank you so much for the follow as well. Hi, Grizzly. How was your stream? What happened over there? Hexagon Piece A. Wait, what the fuck is this? Thank you. There's like so much to do. I'm getting like lost. This is not where we just were. Oh, hey, here's the jump scare everybody pretends to be scared of. Thank you, Grizzly. Or are they gay? Oh, they committed murder. Never mind.
Fuck.
Same thing, I guess.
What the hell was that?
Hi, Sniper. Welcome in. Where's the jump scare, ma'am? Starlight, thank you so much for the follow as well. Shoot the water. Oh wait, don't you need the sniper for it? I think you need the sniper for it. Hold on, there's 3 different directions to go. Hold, please. Well, fuck my life. You need to pay for the jump scare. Jump scare DLC.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? I knew you were a go-getter.
No space. I'll show you no space.
Come back. Anytime.
I'm not good at the controls.
Welcome. Wish your enemies sweet dreams from afar, with a bullet straight through their heads. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. What's that? You can't go wrong with that. Thank you. All yours, Strange Pleasant. Travels.
Thanks for hanging. Sorry, I'm like hyper focused. Wait, so like, what do you do down here? Oh, I guess I'm gonna find out. Hot people only down here. Well, I can't do anything, so it doesn't even matter.
Gun rhymes with fun. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? I'll buy almost anything. A deal well struck. A bit more space, never don't get you
Work.
killed now.
Okay. Let's go to this spot. I want chicken. I need to order groceries. That's what I need to do. When low on boat fuel is stored at the generator inside the processing building at the fish farm. Not fuel in the generator. Are we playing Dead by Daylight? So unnecessary. Oh, how lovely. Oh! There goes all my fucking health. You good, girl? Okay. You annoy me. Okay. I mean, the big guy's taken out, so that's all I really need to be worried about. You missed. Okay. Yeah, I'm literally out of ammo so bad. Where's Ada when you need her? Oh, we did have to go this way. I thought this was just a side quest thing. LOL. Okay, well, it's gonna be a bitch to get out of here. About to take damage. Can you guys... Oh, did not want to do that right there. LOL. Okay, kind of worth. Girl. That's not gonna end well. Oh my fucking god. I have no idea who that is. Oh my god. Because you've been playing the CSSC. Okay, we need to find these other spots to shoot the emblem. There's one. Oh, there's something over here. I want it. What do you do with those? I don't... Okay, guys. Seriously? I don't want to waste a grenade. But I also don't want to die! Why can't I climb? Girl, please. Keep jumping off the ladder and dying, I guess. I still need 2 more and I don't know where they're at. Be serious right now. Like, be so serious. Oh my god. You're joking. How was the rest of your packs? Honestly, after day 2, I was like, I'm good.
Keep coming.
Like, I'm exhausted. And I hit all the spots I wanted to hit, so I was just like, it's fine. Like, why burn myself out if I don't have to? I'm losing patience. Yeah, that's literally like all I needed. If Nintendo was asking for influencers, I would have went there, but they never do, so I said, I'll leave. Yeah, they told me I had to like stay behind this, like the meet and greet fence when they were letting other people take pictures next to him with the background, and I was like, it's really interesting, isn't it? It's really interesting.
Oh, welcome. Oh, what you buying?
Oh, I'm sweating. I also need to take a Tylenol. My God. My body is so tense. Oh my God.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. Better to be pleasant travels.
Thank you. I'm kind of mad about everything I just lost in that like little fight thing, but what can you do? Not bad so far though. I'm enjoying my stay. Honestly though, how much is this game? 60 bucks? That's a lot of fucking money. I let loose. Oh, and I would get loose. Is there someone? Just kidding. Lots of hot men at the con, and I was like, please. Like, some guy at the con was wearing like this lavender sweater and like looked super cute in like lavender pants, and I was like, whoever you are, please. I'm gonna go to Tylenol. Can you imagine this monster jumps out of the water and kills me? I would laugh, actually. Loose. Oscillate loose. I'll just fuck myself, I guess. What do you mean by, what are my thoughts? I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, they are filming a TV show, so like, I'm down with it. Like, it gave great TV. I understand like it's creating a space for Lucy to get hate, but I don't know how to say this without it not sounding correct. I would rather a white gay man that does drag get hate than a person of color, trans woman, or any person of color on the show getting hate. So I think it's an okay storyline. Because there have been many years of people of color and trans people getting hate on that show and being out to be made the villain. So Auntie Lucy can take it. She's getting a nice spot on All Stars because secured that bag as the villain. Good TV, and she'll be fine. She's getting lots of money. I don't think she blew it. I think she cemented her spot even more on All Stars to have the interaction with Ross. That's what the fans want to see. And yes, you're also delusional if you don't think that Lucy is getting hate online. Oh. Oh, that like actually killed me? Oh. Well, what a fun challenge. Honestly though, I just like don't like at the end of the day, like it seriously is a TV show and I understand that they do still have emotions, but like also drag is about being shady and drag is about being petty boots and drag is about being a little nasty and catty at times. So like honestly, if they couldn't take it, then maybe it's just not for you. But like seriously, like if you can't go back and forth and you can't be like that and you can't take the confrontation, then sucks, I guess. Sorry. I don't know. Like it's just part of the game. Just part of the game. I agree. That is so loud. Oh, Leon, you never learn. No, I don't think I'd ever play that game if I'm honest. No, trust me. Lucy's been auntie since day one for me. I love Lucy.
you can swallow me whole, huh?
Why did we stop? I could swallow you whole, Leon, if that's a challenge. My fishing controller. Bring her back. I never finished that game either. Is that death?
Shit. I'm stuck in this ring.
Oh my god.
You tough son of a bitch.
Mish, thank you for the 100 biddies. Welcome in. I don't know what the hell this thing is. It looks like a turd, if I'm honest. I saw you at PAX. You're lovely. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a crocodile? Are you sure? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, well, I think he needs a big spoon, and I'm willing to do that for him. I'm probably taller than him, so. Uncle Coben, thank you for 38 months. Hi, Phoenix. How was PAX? Honestly, all I need is a Tylenol and I'm good. But like, I had a great time. I had a wonderful time meeting some people in the community, some people that I have met online. I loved speaking at the panels. I did some shopping. Got this little guy.
Sacrificial lamb.
I got some good stuff, but it's still happening right now. Like, I could go tomorrow if I wanted, but I'm just a little exhausted. I just kind of want to chill.
Join our covenant to share in my holy blessing forever.
But I will be uploading the panel, my panel that I hosted. I am taller, yeah. Oh my god, his arms look so big, so hot. I'm gonna look something up while we're... Hold on. Lock out the door. Oh, oh. Right now, baby, I'm yours. Oh, yeah. Oh no, it's not for the main game. There's already Naked Leon mods. Oh my god, someone made it so you can play as... Guys, I can't play as Naked Leon. Can you make him like have a shirt on? Like his penis is out. Please, I can't. Nude Leon. Guys. No. All of the shirtless stuff is for the demo. Get on it. Main game. What are you guys waiting for? They sure do. I think the stream should be You're So Real. What is with the lack of the shirtless Leon already? There's like other mods and it's like not shirtless Leon. I'm like, what? Like, why are you doing that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Thirsty for this man? I mean, that's just what... Shut up! Can you not use these for the main game? I wonder if you could. The only one right now is Dick Out Leon, so we can't use that. Hmm. Well, that sucks.
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hi,
Won't let it happen
Marshall.
again.
And the church?
I'm still looking for whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
What's happening right now? What is happening? Okay. I got a ponytail. Loser. It's like really dark, like I literally can't see anything. I know that's the point, but like I'm in front of a bunch of lights and I literally can't see.
Some kind of shrine. Same mark from the church.
I gotta put stuff in its hands. Sell a gold chicken egg. Not another boat. Oh, this is the spawn. This looks great. I'm pressing the button to stab him and it's not working. Gagged. Ow. Oh, I have like nothing to heal. Okay, work. Oh. That's so funny. Oh, oh, right now, baby, I'm yours. The song is fucking stuck in my head. Bye, flop. I like literally just don't know where I'm going. Like I'm getting lost. Can you move? Honestly, I want to get contacts so bad. You just set yourself on fire, you dumbass. He literally just set himself on fire and he died.
Twisty son of...
Okay. I'm gonna go. Because what I'm looking for isn't here. Love the rain. I could fall asleep right now. A bangle. Combining treasures. You can see the treasures you've collected in key items. Some treasures can be sold at higher prices by... Oh. Interesting. Oh. That explains it. Well, isn't that just dandy? In my... Is dandy UK or Australian? What the fuck is it? Who's the hottest man in Resident Evil? Jake Wesker, down. I'm literally in love with that man. I have never been in love with anybody more than Jake Wesker. If I ever get married, he's second fiddle to Jake Wesker. What are we doing? I'm scared. I don't like this area. Please take... I don't want to be here. I'm scared. Please. I'm gonna get so lost. I'm gonna get so fucking lost. Oh, I like this boathouse. You know what it reminds me of? When Professor Snape died in Harry Potter. Spoiler, haha, losers. Also, if you're a Harry Potter stan watching my streams, get out. And go play in a river. Look at all the chickens. There has to be a gold egg here somewhere. I wait for one to lay an egg. Oh my god, we got one. Goodbye, chickens. I love you. What if they all just blew up? I would literally cry. Wait, so you're telling me that chicken tenders and chicken nuggets are made from chickens? Stop. Wait, are you guys serious? I didn't know that. Oh, you think I don't know? That's why I made the joke. Adoy. Oh my god, we are not starting this Harry Potter conversation. Please. It was a bit. It was a joke. What the fuck?
Won't open.
Do I get something for... Do I get a can I like... What the fuck?
No good.
Oh my god. I like want to change into a t-shirt. I'm so uncomfortable right now.
It's locked.
We can unlock it. There's definitely a way. Do I just shoot this and it unlocks? What is that? What is that? What are all these markings? I don't... There's so much to unpack.
Won't open.
Okay. Bluebird, thank you for the follow. Oh, that would make sense. I see. Okay, so it's like the squiggly thing. Oh, that's lovely. What do these hexagon pieces do? I don't get it. So what is on my hand? Stop. What was the point of going upstairs? Okay, I don't want to know. Oh, it's the marabou tickling my hand. Perfect. Oh! We'll just eat these things. Girl, please. What the fuck? Perfect. What is that? That's a magnum? Oh, I don't think it is. It's just another handgun. I missed. I go, I go. What is this? Oh, I can only assume it's just a pain in the ass. Oh. Oh, this is where we were earlier. Wait, why is there so much backtracking? I'm shocked. Hey, Skyla. I'm just gonna... You guys don't see me, it's fine. I'm good. I'm a little, like, sore just from PAX weekend, so I might switch up the fit just because I want to be comfy. But, you know, having a good time playing the game. What is this? Oh. Where are we? Oh, hi. Are you okay? I think she's okay, guys.
What's going on here?
She looks fine. Okay. That's nice. Wait, there's literally nothing up here. It's interesting. Okay. I find that hard to believe, but whatever. Oh, hey. A lurker bass.
Oh, you kidding me?
Okay. Oh. 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 Okay. It's a lot of my health going down. Right. Well, I can't even find this fucking piece I need to get. I feel like that's more of the problem. Is there a fan in here? I'm getting lost. I don't know where this item is that I need. Oh, I can't think there. Oh, oh. Right now, baby, I'm yours. What happened now? Oh. What happened in wrestling? Is AEW on tonight? Apparently there's a can you send another line? I don't know what it says because Twitch is stupid and doesn't scroll to the bottom. This is about Punk. No, apparently right now on the TL, someone's sending around a video of someone putting their putting a needle through a penis. Not sure why, but okay. Very interesting. I don't know what's happening. I just signed onto Twitter and everybody's talking about it. I want to finish this chapter, but I have no idea where I'm going, and the game hasn't been out for that long, so I don't think there's any tutorials. So, oh my God! What the fuck? No way, dude. Yeah, the good luck command is definitely gonna be needed to be used right now. Oh my God. My body is so tense. Locked a drawer. Where did I get? Oh, objective. Oh my God. That's new. They've never done that before. An objective marker in a Resident Evil game? Let me gasp. Why is it giving me the option to shoot? Just gonna smile and wave. Right now, I can't. That song is stuck in my head. Also, can we talk about the lip sync yesterday? Literally devoured. Lux literally devoured. I've never seen a lip sync murder like that. That was literally like, it was so one-sided. And don't even say Charlie Hides versus Trinity. Because, like, who cares about both of those people? Oh, I passed it. So unnecessary. I've been fighting for my life on Twitter lately. Like every day there's someone saying something transphobic in my replies. It's kind of exhausting if I'm honest. That's what I get for enjoying wrestling. God forbid wrestling fans aren't transphobic.
It's the lake.
Thank you.
Is this the key?
Oh man, this isn't even, wow, I'm so... Oh wait, it says right here of the, I skipped it by accident. Oh, it's to the left. To the left, to the left. Yeah. I literally can't even get a meeting with a doctor lately. It's been actually terrible. Like in my area, for whatever reason, one of the doctors like completely blew me and my mother off. Like it was really gross. Not to be that girl, but if you're gonna be a doctor, you can't be transphobic. It's literally quite that simple. You shouldn't be transphobic in general, but like if you're gonna go into that occupation, you shouldn't be an asshole and be transphobic. Your job is to save people, not save specific groups of people, and helps certain people. Like, be real. No, they went to school for long enough. They should know. Not us educating the doctors when they should know. Let me in. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, circle tail thing. This thing. I don't know the answer to this puzzle. Oh my god. I literally just missed 5 of my shots. Okay, circle. What even would you call this one? Like, what is that? Oh, it's like around the corner. I can't see it. I don't want to go back down there. Shut up, bitch. Okay, it's like a T thing. Ugh. I think it's this one. Nice. How did I know they were gonna throw things at me? Leon, you're a big boy. Shake it off. I mean, I can confidently say we won't finish this today, so hopefully the next stream I do, we'll be able to install a shirtless Leon mod before then. Hopefully someone comes out with it before then. Honey, thank you for the follow. Is this the right way? How do I pass it that fast? Okay.
Condor 1 to Roost. I found the key to the church.
Copy that. Now go get Baby Eagle.
Right. No time to chat. I'm going in. Condor 1 out.
Oh my god, that's a hike, girl. Also, I love next week on Drag Race, they're like, we will eliminate one queen before the finale. No, the fuck you're not. Can I get through there? Okay, I can. Watch them do a double stay at the end. I'll be like, girl, we already knew. Like, please. I was literally baited. It said they will, yeah. I mean, it's just gonna wait. So is it like a challenge? Do you think someone's gonna win next week? Like win the episode? Did someone win last year? Because they had a top 5 then. I will gag, because I'm like, how are they going to do the finale if they do that?
Some new welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger.
Do you know?
Your Valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you. Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save your life.
Of all of RuPaul's No Music, they did Blame It on the Edit for the song. I went, girl. Be real.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right. See how that feels, mate. Fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. Will that be all, then?
From this distance, it doesn't say elegant to me. It starts with an A, it starts with an F and ends with a GGOT. That's what I literally am reading it as. I was like, oh, what a lovely mask name. I need glasses.
An interesting choice. I mean it in a good way, of course. Anything that might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life wondering, what if? Am I right? Welcome, stranger. I believe this.
Destroy the pirates and shoot for a high score. Weapon and ammo are unlimited. Earn tokens to score a chance at some prizes. Exchange tokens and charms at the token machine. Shooting a sailor will deduct points.
Your first time having a go at target practice. There's only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up. Simple enough, am I right?
Oh, okay.
If you do well, I'll make it worth your while. Knickknacks and whatnot. Anyway, have fun, mate.
Gotcha.
Rely too much on a single weapon and you'll find yourself out of ammo. 3, 2, 1, begin! Beautiful!
Oh, I missed the album. I like the music here.
Reload! That's it! Superb shot! That's the stuff!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's your lot! You have a knack for this, friend. A rifle can take out 3, 2, 1, begin!
Oh, why is it so like botchy?
Reload!
Oh my god. guys suck.
That'll do it.
Oof.
You can do better, mate.
I don't know if I want to do better at that one. I didn't like that one.
1, begin.
Ah! Ah!
Reload.
Fuck you.
And that's the game.
I'd say that was all right. Okay, I can fuck myself, I guess.
We were right about you, stranger.
Where's the redeem thing? Are you liking it?
I await your return.
It's a lot. Like, I've never played the original, so I guess that's probably why I'm like overwhelmed. Oh my god, that looks... Is that shrimp scampi? I want some. Give me some now. I wonder if there's different locations and they have different themes, or is it just pirates all the time? Excuse me.
Oh, nothing but the finest. Where's?
Ooh, let me sell the chicken
Welcome.
egg. It wants me to sell it.
What can I do you for? I'll buy almost anything. Perfect. You might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life.
Jesus Christ.
Wondering what
Take this door. I do have an extra key for this game, so I will be doing a giveaway on Twitter, so if anybody's trying to get it. We're gonna post that tomorrow. Oh Jesus, it's gonna make me fight this thing. I knew it. The fuck is that?
Jesus Christ.
Right, okay.
God damn, you're a big boy.
I need a big boy. in the Twilight Princess. It's the doggy that saved me. I mean, I saved it.
There you go.
What is it doing? Is this a joke?
Use it. That's what I'm talking about. Good boy.
This is fucking crazy. Oh! Oh shit! Oh my god, Moxie! Oh my god, hi! How are you doing? How is your stream? We're currently playing the Resident Evil Remake because Capcom provided us with a code. Here, let me fix the timer of the chat. Followers only. How was your stream? What'd you do? I was so happy to see you recently. I literally didn't expect to see you there. I was like, oh my god, so happy to see you. Hi, Cheetah. Welcome back. No, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. Hope to chat soon. Welcome in, raiders. Anybody coming in? I'm Nem. Me and Moxie know each other from all the Tiny Tina events we did last year. And we just keep running into each other at a bunch of different events because we're both kind of iconic, so. Oh my god! But I'm a variety streamer, so hop in. I also do a lot of wrestling content. I don't know if any of y'all like WWE and stuff, but I do stuff with WWE and 2K. I'm running out of ammo for this fight, which is really bad because I don't want the dog to hurt himself. And I don't think I will recover from the depression if the dog gets hurt, so. Oh, can I make ammo? I can. Okay, let's do that then. Literally have 15 bullets for the rest of this fight, so let's make it count. As I missed 3 shots. Okay, work. Oh my god. I have no ammo as well. Oh god. Please tell me that killed him. Whew!
God damn. That was almost a pancake.
Oh, he's real funny.
Okay. Let's get to that church.
Where is the dog? That was some like actual Zelda shit, like Twilight Princess. The dog like evolving and like coming into the fight. Like that was actually kind of iconic. So Where is it? I don't want to leave it. Oh, thank God I didn't leave. There's a lot of shit over here. I'm gonna assume the dog is safe, so. This way. Not this. This area was swarmed with enemies earlier. Oh God. Okay, we're going the right way. Nice try. Okay. I will be shocked if we don't meet Ashley by the end of this chapter. Oh, pretty.
Ashley Graham, I'm here to help.
She's not here. Where's she at? Oh. Well. How pretty. Wait, this is so cool. Oh, we need another one though. Oh wait, I guess we can just rotate it to the spot. Ooh, this is gonna be hard. Where does that fit then? I think we need to find another piece. I don't have a submachine gun though. Stop giving me the item. There we go. Well, I guess you could... No. Is that not accurate? Okay. I was like, that literally looks right. Please, I'm not wrong. Don't gaslight me right now. Wait, the reflection on like the floor and stuff is so pretty. It's the little things. Like, honestly, everything about this remake so far has been really good. Not even just saying that. I can't tell you the difference about the first and this one, but I'm enjoying my stay.
Ashley, you in there?
I didn't like that section of the water, though. I hate water sections in games. I'm like, girl, please. Let me just get back to the...
Ashley. Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Oh!
Just let me go.
Listen.
Girl, please.
Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm here in the president's orders.
Her name is Ashley.
That went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
What the?
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping.
Perseguirles.
Deliver unto them salvation.
Not chapter end. Girl. Happy Bob Miss. Well, now I'm not gonna... How many chapters are there? Now I'm not gonna stop because I wanted to do at least a chapter with Ashley.
What do we do?
Your father trusts me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay. Okay, Leon.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
All right. Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Get the ladder.
Okay. What do we do? There's no way out.
That's literally what I thought when the game started.
No way.
It's okay, I've got you.
How did he do that, like, flawlessly?
Hey, trust me.
Her bob is bobbing, girl. I love it.
Thanks.
It's funny. I need to get an orange jacket for next stream so I can do an Ashley look and a bob. I have the bob. I have the bob on lock.
Roost, I've secured Baby Eagle.
Copy that. Is she okay?
Affirmative.
Well done, Condor 1. I'll dispatch a chopper ASAP. I'm sending you the coordinates for the extraction point. Make your way there, and don't let anything happen to Baby Eagle.
Copy that.
Hurry. The weather is getting worse. Roost out.
I would just need like a red scarf and a jacket. I don't think that's a mod. I think that's an actual costume. I saw someone say that's like an alternate costume. That's a long way to go.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Okay.
No, I think you get it from like pre-ordering the game or something. It's not a spoiler, you're fine. Ashley commands tight and loose. Let loose! Ashley said let loose! Call me Queen of the Thunder! Ashley will stick close behind Leon in tight formation. Ashley, let loose command. Let loose! Ashley will hang behind Leon while... Okay, so...
Okay, you good. On me.
Hang on.
Spread out.
Okay.
I don't really understand, but I guess we'll find out. I don't really if I can. Oh shit.
Come on.
Okay.
They don't see us. Why would they see us? They can't see us. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh no.
Behind me.
What is wrong with these people?
Oh. Come on, girl. God, I have so much shit in my inventory. Do I have like a storage or no?
I got something new for you. Well then, what can I do you for? Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right.
Okay. My heater is making the strangest noises.
Suit yourself,
I don't know, dude. That wasn't very nice.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Thank you.
Oh, you can buy the rocket launcher now. Work.
Let us know when you've made some room. Oh, you cut through the crowd with that right there. Try that on for size. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a lot. Anything will come back anytime.
Oh, I guess I should have just put it in there. It's whatever. I don't really care. It wasn't really a good weapon anyway. Defeat the strong threat. Welcome in, 888.
Hey, can we take a break?
Sorry, we need to keep moving.
Got it.
Hunnigan was right about the weather.
Okay. I don't think that was very nice. Bitch. Oh god, Ashley, he's turning. Get inside. Oh my fucking Christ. Oh my god. Ashley, please.
Present for you.
That's what we needed. That's exactly what we needed. I'm stuck opening the door. I was stuck opening the door. That's so shit. Can they stop giving me these fucking kitchen knives?
Hunnigan was right about the weather.
Get inside. I didn't kill her. The people killed her. No, I didn't. She literally died because this thing was choking her. Aw. Jesus. Oh, that's lovely. So glad to see you're here too, buddy. Let her go! Oh, I did shoot her. You need to turn that off. That's stupid as fuck. So... Honestly, Ashley, we run. We run. We run.
Give me a warning next time?
Over here!
You.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Señorita has a name and it's Ashley. You are?
Oh!
Name's Luis. Encantado.
Great. We all have names. Now then. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Hide, now.
In that case, here, help me.
Ashley, quick! Over here.
Go. Okay, it's game time. Fortunately against two of us. Oh, and let's not forget, this model's made up of monsters. Done? Warming up? Hope you stretch.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
Light him up, cowboy.
Did this happen in the original? Because this is so Resident Evil 5 coded. Oops, didn't mean to use this, but we're gonna use it. I love that. Oh, Jesus. Whoa, why did you let them in? What are you doing? What is his name?
Sorry. Must have slipped.
Ah! They are boyfriends. Love the tension between them. my god. I'm playing on easy mode. Why does it still do so much damage? Get off me. I'm trying. Ow. Oh my god. That's like my entire health pool.
All right, this one's good.
Well, thank God I decided to go upstairs. Oh my God!
Damn it.
That like actually scared me. Oh my God, Luis, literally, what are we gonna do? They're everywhere, like literally everywhere right now. You're literally joking me right now, like you're actually so unserious.
We've got a big one on our hands. A little busy at the moment.
Oh my God, I have no health. I literally have nothing else to heal. This is ridiculous. Oh my God.
Over here. Against two of us. Oh, and that's not yet. These guys made up of monsters. You done warming up? Hope you stretched. Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go. Now.
Thank you, Luis. Is there a dodge button that I'm missing? Wasn't there a dodge button in Resident Evil 3? Where is it? Yeah, I'll pass. Never mind. Can this fucking fuck off? This like one guy. My fucking head. Well, this is a ladder.
I've been waiting, hero boy.
Are you serious? Like, get real. I wish I did. Anyway.
Here you go. Hey, are you trying to kill me?
No, just trying to kill everybody around you. Can you please shoot this thing? Like, actually. What is this area over here even?
Perfect timing. Give me a hand. What the hell are you doing? You got this. good.
Gag them both.
Keep coming. Look! We've got a big one on our hands. Little busy at the moment. Hey, our guests would think we're rude. So much for service this night, huh? I guess bullets are just as well. It's all you! You got this! Pay attention!
Why did Luis just let him walk past me?
You know what to do! I got this! Present for you.
Leon! This way, hurry!
Gagged. That was horrible. I hated that. I actually didn't hate it. It was just, I would have liked it if I didn't have to do it 3 times over.
Ashley.
What's happening to me?
Ashley, is this the first time you've got blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood, is caused by something called plaga. Okay, you saw those people, right? But you have the same thing inside you. The same thing that made them like that.
Yeah, he's really hot.
These symptoms, they're only the beginning.
I don't want to become like them.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with the surgical procedure. And all you need is some
Go under the knife.
And oh yeah.
Oh my god, I just got so wet.
No worries. See, I have a plan. But you're going to have to trust me. Great, we're partners then.
Hey, why are you...
No time for any questions. The clock is ticking.
Why are you helping us?
Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that. I will contact you later.
Okay. Thank God, because I need a break from this fucking game. Very fun so far. I think it's probably gonna be nominated for Game of the Year, honestly. I mean, probably. I am going to quickly go change into something a little more comfy, take the Tylenol, and then we're gonna play some WWE. So I will promptly be right back.